ちょっと待って。はい、皆さん大丈夫ですか? Audio? Is the audio already right, 皆さん? Let me know if it's dying. Because well, we all know there's no level setting for audio in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Hi. Is it afternoon? Yeah. Konnichiwa. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Konnichiwa. Wait, no, I already said that. Anyway. So, my name is Anzu, and I'm an apricot that delivers packages from me to you. Alright. Okay. So, we're going to be continuing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. Oh god, my head got cut off. So, we're currently on the second case. So, we're on the SS Borea ship. What else? And Kazuma is dead! Ah! I have copium and hopium being mixed together. I'm hoping he's still alive. I don't know. How can you bring back the dead? I need to ask Edward Elric. How do I bring him back with the Philosopher's Stone? Alright. Okay. Namao, did I just see a grieving Anzu over Kazuma? Yes! So anticlimactic, I swear, Lamao. Nani kore? And welcome, Jedi and Ziti. Okay, where's the game? There it is. Alright, so let's continue. Edward! I always wanted to cosplay Nina after she got fused with her dog, but at the same time it's like, I feel like that's too much. Hello, Chris Papa! We detective today. Okay, so a quick recap in case you guys did not watch the uploaded VOD when my internet was shite. So Kazuma was going on his way to England for his study program, and he basically stuffed Ryunosuke, our protagonist, Ryunosuke, into his luggage, like this old briefcase that looks like a chest. Yeah, so he's a stowaway. So Kazuma's like, you have to go with me to England. And then we also have Mikotoba's daughter in the ship. So we find out that Kazuma got murdered, and the suspect is once again us. Because nobody knew we were on the ship. Now, this lady here is a famous ballerina from Russia. So we're on a Russian ship. It's called SS Borea. And the sailors are also Russian. Oh, and remember Hosoya-san? I think that was his name. The waiter in the first case. He's here as a sailor. So he was tasked to look after Kazuma as like a secret police assignment. But yeah, he failed. Look, he's dead. And then so this ballerina, she was in the newspaper. She basically disappeared. Turns out, well, seems like she ran away on her own free will. And there's also like this other dude, I forgot what his name was, but he's like an assassin, a Russian assassin. So we thought she was the assassin because she was wearing a fake beard and all this shit. She looked like the picture in the newspaper-ish, kind of. But we find out it's her. So that's where I stopped the recording last time. Huh. No problem, Jedi. Feel free to lurky. How am me? I am I am in pain for knowing that Kazuma is dead. Kazuma, why you have to die? He exchanged life instead of his study. Jedi, no. Hosonaga. Okay, Hosonaga. I keep saying Hosoya because I think there's like a Japanese voice actor who has that last name. Alright. Hello, Ambi, welcome! Yes, Kazuma is dead. He's the victim of the second case. It's okay, Uhtred, I'm fine. But emotionally, no. Kazuma is dead. Okay, Kazuma. Copium. Inspector Yoshinoya. Yoshinoya is the Japanese restaurant, for those who don't know. There will be bloodshed. Yes! Okay, let's talk to Ballerina here. What happened last night? She's pretty though, not gonna lie, she's pretty. You're unable to sleep? That's good. Dream of nothing. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, come on, Inosuke, it was your boyfriend. Oh. And that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? His headband flew in the air last time, now his soul flew to the skies. No! My feelings! Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Oh, and this is Sherlock Holmes. They call him Herlock Sholmes in the translation. So we also met him, yeah. And he's very eccentric. I don't know what to feel about him. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. And then we'll be dead. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Sholmes, you read it as shoes. Shoes. Oh, I see. Oh, she's also hiding because in the ballerina troupe that she was part of, they usually have like this really beautiful crown with a lot of jewels on it. Apparently when she ran away from the troupe, she had the crown with her. So they probably want that back. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain and from there, I want to go to America. Oh, she's going to America. Oh. Why? Just joking. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. Oh, she's quitting entirely. You wish to forget, a challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. I don't know how to be British, I'm so sorry. Nova what? Nova... Why is that censored? Hamburger country, yes. America. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. Eh? Why? Maybe it's worth a lot. I have no money of my own. Alright, it is money. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. And we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. Oh,
abusive ballet company. They must die. I shall murder for you, pretty lady.
So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
Oh.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Oh god, big word, conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Well, yes, of course. I think we should bear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum.
Is it a drum? Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. Oh no, riddle. What? According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet.
Wow, so soon.
Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. She looks so scared of him. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Maybe she came from a small ship.
You know, like those stowaway boats, lifeboats, whatever you... lifeboat? Eh? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
Oh, the guy with stripes on his face. That is not your business.
I don't know how to do these accents. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. Are you lovers, perhaps? An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel.
Huh? Eh?
You came from the sky? Do helicopters exist at this point? Huh? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. La puta, castle in the sky. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened.
Friend. Who's this friend?
So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious, then the burly Russians would... What is that, bestir? Bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Is it a puppy? Oh, it's not.
Maybe an adorable little rabbit?
Oh, it's not a rabbit either.
Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you?
Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then?
You may well ask. I have no idea.
Oh, if it's a snake? Wow, that would be kind of cool.
Oh, Pavlova is gonna look like some kind of Pokemon trainer. You two are miserable buglers when it comes to understanding... bunglers. Bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really? Chimkin?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. Oh my god, you would eat your own pet chicken? No, Sholmes, no, Sholmes, no, no, no. If I had a pet pig or chicken, I would not eat pork and chicken for a while. And no way I would eat my pet when it dies. Nuh-uh, I can't do that. I'd kill myself after. No way. No. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that.
Ha! It's not a chimkin. Haha.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is as a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. He's a cannibal. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. What would I show her?
Present. Present what?
Present the crime scene photo of the dead body of Kajima. Kazuma. Look at him. My heart. Get the stretcher. Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this? I don't know. I don't know anything. Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to.
Not that, the diary, right? Yeah, the Speckled band thingy mabob. Yeah.
Yeah, I lost my husband. I mean, Ryunosuke lost his husband. I mean, boyfriend. I mean, his best friend.
And this is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see?
Ventilator. Meet the Terminator.
It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you, or the whistling sound perhaps?
No. I don't know anything.
Oh.
You sure? I can stare at you, make you feel uncomfortable until you tell me. Oh, it didn't work. She looked away. Hey, naku naku. Who's there? Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Whoa, Whoa, Pavlova. You changed back to your disguise so fast. How you do that? I can't even put a wig in 5 seconds. Huh? Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Amazing. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. I don't know how to voice anymore. Alright, I will come now. So that's how she looked like at the beginning. And she kind of did resemble a little bit the dude in the newspaper. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out? Please no. It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. More or less okay. No, I don't think it's a good one. I apologize, Sudi, for not bringing justice to the Russian accent. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Oh, we were thrown out, literally. To be content. Oh my god, it's to be continued. We continued it. Haha. I didn't know it was gonna get cut there when I was recording. Let's just save. Here. Yes. Ho ho. Oui. French. Baguette. What would be a Russian version of that? Bear. Snow. Vodka. Borscht. 9th January, SS Borya, first class cabin, passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's so big his shirt doesn't fit. It's too short. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yeah! He's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Oh, I'm jailed again. Well, since we can't go there, maybe we can go here? Oh wait, no, that's the shortcut. Examine. I know how to play. Here, door. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. Oh, we're stuck. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. So again, we are the accused. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably, that means there was nothing to report.
Is this Fire Emblem Three Houses? Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report.
If you know that reference, bless you. We already looked at that. Let's try going back to our cabin, maybe?
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Okay, so we have to move. Kazuma's cabin. So yeah, Ryunosuke was living in the wardrobe the whole time. That's the briefcase thingy that he was inside. Yeah, the wardrobe is on the left. This is where Kazuma-sama died. 9th January, SS Buria First Class Cabin number 1. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. Hosonaga-san, I have reservations with you trying to take away Ryunosuke from Kazuma. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. I was wondering who organized stuff on the shelves. I don't know. Wait, wasn't this like... chotto matte. Now that you pointed it out, wasn't this like tilted to the left? Because the ship probably tilted? Why is it organized now? This dude tampering. Oh my god. Oh my god. You sir. You. Yes, you. Why you do that? Yeah, where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese was it. Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in the cold room. Oh, Hosonaga-san. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on your account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Hosonaga-san. This one's nothing. Okay. I guess we can just point at the shelves. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. Eh? They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yeah, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins lead to damage. Oh, so she was the one who arranged them. Oh, tampering with evidence, lady. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Oh, she's like my dad. My dad is like OCD-ish.
If things are like not tidy, oh my gosh, he's gonna like start cleaning and stuff. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. I doubt that he knows Russian. I don't think it was him. Oh my god! Hosonaga-san! What happened to your eye? Oh my god. Are you okay? Jesus. Jesus, apricot. Oh my god. Oh, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. My boy, those aren't scratches, bro. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing really. Bro. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it! Oh my god, I feel so sad. Look at him, he's like... His eyes was almost closed. Okay, the cabin next door. Oh, what? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? You're a ballet fan. Oh, he's a ballet otaku. Whoops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? I just realized his glasses. Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? Nah, if I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch there, here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
Atarashi info.
What is the new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Burious medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. He had an autopsy. Well, probably not like cutting him open and stuff, but they already touched his body. He's dead. I don't wanna. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. His neck was broken? How could they do this to him? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that would leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Man, this dude is putting in the moves, man. Look at that. Looking at that face. Oh my god. He's a contender. Whoa. I just realized, I think Hosonaga-san is the gumshoe of the Great Ace Attorney series. For those who don't know, gumshoe is like that detective that always working with you in the original trilogy. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to leaving you this cabin in the first place, would I? Huh? The post-mortem report has been added. Da-na-na-na. The Great Detective. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mentioned it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Ah, the ink! Maybe? It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Oh, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean?
that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor. Wait, then that means he would not have died here, maybe? Or they moved the body? Huh. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. He looked exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Oh, everyone is just sad. I'm sad too. Oh, this is why we must find the bad guy, guys. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Is everybody drugged? Yeah, shoe polish usually has like a weird smell, right? And the bell, I'm still not sure where exactly this came from. Came post-mortem report. Victim, male, Far Eastern. Time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Okay. I kind of feel like I know not exactly who, but what killed Kazuma. So a while ago we were joking around what if it was like a certain animal, right? Pavlova's pet. Now, Speckled band. Now, at first I thought it was a literal band, you know, like people playing music. But I think it means a snake. Because there are snakes that are spotted or colorful, right? And if Kazuma was able to see it through the vent, then maybe the snake got loose or was out of his little... I don't think it's a cage, but like suitcase. And probably, I'm guessing, I hope I'm wrong, I don't want the animal to go to jail. I'm guessing the snake strangled Kazuma. Now, I think they kind of tried to cover up what happened to him so that the snake won't be blamed and kicked out of the ship. So I think whoever is the one who did this was to cover up that the death was from that snake. Now, maybe it's Pavlova, but it's also not really possible for her, I think, to carry Kazuma's body or to position all this. So I'm guessing maybe there's a sailor or a staff member who probably worked with her. Maybe a fan or I don't know. Oh wait, I read this one already in the VOD. Basically, the door is sturdy, but they broke through it. Stroganoff? Maybe. Yeah, I read this part already, so let me just go through this. She references actually the locked door crime
story from the Sherlock Holmes book, I think. Okay, so I think we should move. Maybe the passageway. Oh, he's gone. He's not on the door. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff has gone. Strong enough? Okay, that's an attempt of a pun. Stroganoff. Strong enough. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ah! All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tralala? Eh? Who's this? Who are you? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Oh, this is Sholmes, isn't it? Tra-la-la-la-la, la-la-la, I did it the great detective way. This caroling, I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganov, not stringy knot. Uh-oh. The bag, it's open. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san, oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama. Scuff on shells. Susato-san wasn't here. Actually, I would prefer her to look at the clothes because what if her underwear, like Pavlova's underwear, is there? Naruhodo-san, are you here? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. She's making fun of me. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there. But no such luck. Okay, if this dialogue comes out, it means it's nothing. What about this? All the books have toppled over together, look! Every single one! Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. She has OCD, I swear. Okay. Anything in the trash can? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's thrown away? Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. I'm a piece of trash. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Alright, time to go dumpster diving. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, it's clean. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Interesting. Does the ship's extreme tilting usually get noted in the ship's log? Yeah, I know, right? So I'm still banking that the ship probably tipped a bit because in Kazuma's room, this was mentioned in the previous episode of this game in my channel. The food on the table in his room are all over the floor, and his sword and other stuff. So I'm guessing there was some tilting in the ship, and that's what caused things to move. But when we saw a while ago that the ship log was empty, it is quite strange. So it is really possible that maybe Stroganoff is the, what do you call this? Accomplice. That's what I think. Hello, Arex. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's been a while. No problem. Hi, just sit back, relax, and photosynthesize. Yes. Alright. Okay. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep a secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Doko? Animal doko? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Oh, I thought that was going to be such a big revelation. Thanks, I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Russians are thirsty people, mommy. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Hey Zudi, is it true? Are Russians thirsty? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me.
Huh, I'm so sketchy.
So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool of a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator to another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Not that extremely thirsty, I guess, in moderation, as all humans do.
Alrighty, Zitty.
There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Oh. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Wait. So the bell is not from this cabin, right? Because this rang. So, is the bell in Kazuma's room from his room or a different room? Run. Oh, her name is Susato, not Susano. I've investigated thoroughly. Okay, that's nothing. She's saying the same thing. Ah, this one. The plate on the floor. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak on in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? I think that's about everything important. Oh, I already did this. Skip. What about the bed? Naruhodo. Oh no, I pressed the wardrobe again.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah, it could be the bowl for water or food for her pet. Ah, the bed's nothing. What about the carpet? Nothing. Okay, I guess we're done here. I guess we'll have to move. Oh, Sholmes! There you are! Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
I like his bag though, not gonna lie. Tra-la-la-la-la-li-ra-ra-la, I did it the great detective way. Oh wait, the British don't have a T, so it should be detective, right? I'm confused. Anyway, he's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky how luck was about.
Excuse me.
I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Oh, I get it. It's My Way. This is the song My Way. I was a bit curious why it was like that. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Yeah, it fits. Mr. Sholmes! Oh! What is it? You want to fight? Put him up! Put him up! Huh! Oh, he looks like he's dancing though. He's dancing, bro. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop. So I figure now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away?
He's dancing.
Wait a minute. Can somebody clip Mr. Sholmes dancing? I have a brilliant idea for that part.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of this ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries were blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun! You've been utterly blinded by it.
Is that an insult?
Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour.
Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report?
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file.
My mental file. Okay.
Well, this is supporting my guess that he probably helped with whatever happened with Kazuma. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance! Ha 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 ha! Oh my god, it's so stiff. I feel like, was that Final Fantasy 12 or 9? No, it was 12, right? Tidus with his weird laugh. Ha 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 ha. No. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. So even Sholmes has the headache. The food is drugged! The food is drugged! Well, my friends, until our next encounter. And he fades into the distance. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too?
The food is drugged. The food is drugged.
Oh, we took the book. I guess we're not going out, are we? Okay, we also already read this as well. Oh, this is nothing also. There's a check mark. So the mouse hasn't eaten the trap thingy-mabob. Do we go back to Pavlova's cabin or our cabin? Let's check Pavlova's cabin while we can. But then we just came from there, so I'm not sure. Let's check anyway.
Where?
There's a bell. What's that? I have watched Titanic. I don't like this. Shut down the... no, they're Russian. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile far. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Are we gonna sink? Are we gonna die? What the... I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh, holy kabale! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Oh! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Oh, now they're straight. Hold on. I can't stay tilted forever. There we go. I got up. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Yeah. I don't know who it is. Hello! Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Oh, it's Hosonaga. Never mind. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Alright, so the ship did tilt. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. No, you fools! You could have pointed out the ship had to be tilted last night. Wait, no. I get it. I know how Pavlova got on board. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. So maybe the ship didn't just, sway last night. They stopped. And maybe that's when they picked up Pavlova. Oh, and the food. It's drugged to make everyone sleep, I think. So that they wouldn't remember or notice that Pavlova got on board. Is that what happened? But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I buried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
To be content.
Wow, that was short. We're gonna continue.
To be continued, yes. Suzukimasu. Suzukimasu. Watering, thank you. Today we have katsudon, homemade by Mama Apricot, and some Pepsi. Yeah.
Oh, a posture check. Sure. I hope I will crack my hands today.
Oh, there was a small crack.
Not the big one. Not the usual. Stretch my back. Oh, my spine is gone. Oh, gods. January 9, SS Burya, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Oh no, it's him.
Yeah! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Oh, you both look unhurt. Good. Oh, Sunaga-san. When he's like that, he's so pitiful to look at. I feel bad for him, man. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil's a first. She's so pretty without her hat. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. And that's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Da! And he is a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Oh, that's so mean. Foxes just wanted to live, you know? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right. You are devil.
Now this really is kind of suspicious. They're They're tandeming together. It doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there anything you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately.
わあ、何これ?
Oh, she's quite small compared to everybody. What shall I do? Oh! I see the detectives hanging around. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes! Oh look, he's wearing the tiara. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feel like in one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't merely tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounds.
Ooh, somebody please clip the dancing Sholmes. Arigato.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time.
What is to report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Boya. Has been solved! By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great detection to the case. Ah, that's a mouthful. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this doorway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator? Oh, ha 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 ha! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm around that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Ventilator? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for all of you to see will shock you to your cores. Ha ha! Behold! Ah! What the? Nani ko? Hey, Stroganoff, are you alright? Are you alright, my boy? Do you feel any pressure right there? Allow me to introduce you all to the band! The Speckled Band! A snake? Indubitably. Well, I'm guessing that's Pavlova's pet. So is no one going to like bother help Stroganoff here? I mean, he may be a big burly Russian, but snakes are still snakes and crush, you know? Like, rah, squeeze, die. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the striped band. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? That's the source of the stripes on his face kick. Oh my god, you're right. I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. I know she's Russian, but I keep sliding into a British-ish kind of thing. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. But she's still pretty though. Pretty. And number 2. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No! She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with the snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sounds like Brits can't be, never mind. Can't be what? Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, is this the thing where he spins around again?
The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's Identity.
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Oh, look at her. She's so dramatically pretty. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, you're acting hard, smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I expected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. What the hell's a quandary? My god.
Oh, snake goes hiss. Like cat. Hiss.
The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Is she holding something? I think she's holding something. What's that? What's that over here? Bottom left. No. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloth's skin.
It was molting?
Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. Infiltrated? Is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloths its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. India? That's a long way.
Conclusion. A beloved spectacled snake.
Topic 2. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. I hate this picture. Kajuma. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no! Could that be... Kashima-sama! Yes, an examination of the deceased's body would prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wound left by the venomous fang will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. What? That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of low whistling sound that can be heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Man, this dude is like writing a whole fanfiction in one go. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Conclusion. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. He looks like he's doing a JoJo pose. Hosonaga-san's face. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Wait, milk? I don't think snakes drink milk. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Really? Snakes like milk? I didn't know they like cow juice. Interesting. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what is on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all... snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles... they don't drink milk. Oh. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
Oh,
Wait, so they don't like milk? I'm confused now. What's fiction, what's fact? No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Oh. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what are the tales from Arabia? Oh my god. Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Whoa, calm your tits down, Sholmes. There's a snake right there. Might not like what you're saying. And start wrapping around you, you know? Be careful. Wait, if it's milk, do you think the friend of Pavlova is a cat? Could be, right? A cat would fit inside that small suitcase she had. So where did the snake come from if it's not hers? Or maybe she has two of them, like a snake and a cat? I'm confused. I mean, it makes sense for the snake to be the killing weapon or culprit, but now I'm just confused. Oh. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat belly cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Looks like he's defeated, man. But Pavlova's reactions make me a bit suspicious also of like the whole thing. Like, I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrist again.
what?
freedom! You've done it again!
Your handcuffs! They're gone!
Where did they go? Fear not! I shall see them restored after our work is done. Fix his Chinibyo-ishness. Exactly, he's kind of Chinibyo in a way, right? I really wish we'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Course correction.
Hold it, Sholmes!
Dun 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 dun.
Okay, so let's look for the reactions. The part where it tells us some stuff. Okay.
Whoa, 何?
Yet you cannot deceive yourself.
What do you mean deceive yourself? Why did she react that way? When you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She doesn't have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true.
She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Her aching heart.
Oh! I did not see that.
Bro, apricots. That looks like a cat scratch. I don't think the snake is hers. Oh my god. Her pet. It's a cat. It has to be. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look. That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Oh, yeah, it might be a cat. Because remember the mouse trap? It still has the bait there. So that means the mouse hasn't attempted to go and eat it. So the mouse just suddenly disappears, right? So maybe the cat ate it.
Oh. Kuroshikachi.
When they twirl around, it's so funny.
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain.
Oh, sorry, I pressed it by accident.
Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Or yeah, the mouse could be scared of the cat's scent or presence. That could also be why the mouse is not around.
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded in this vessel. Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance.
I don't think it's a snake. Alright, where's the cat man? It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it?
Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Wait, so if the snake's not hers, who owns the snake? Well, Zudi did point out that it looks like the mark on the sailor's face. So maybe this sailor is an assassin, or was ordered to have Kazuma killed. And the snake is his, and that's not him attacking it. It's the master. Oh, there. It's a picture. Oh, that is so adorable. Oh, look at pat the cat. So cute. It's adorable. Wait, the bell. That's the bell. The bell is the cat's. Eh? So the cat was in the room. Maybe she was looking for the cat, stumbled into Kazuma's room, but by then it was already dead. I mean, he was already dead. And maybe she thought it was her cat and covered it up? I'm so confused. Oh my god, there's another layer to this thing. Ah, look at the photograph. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Pets are not allowed, no exceptions. Yeah, so it's weird. I would understand if she's trying to cover up her cat so that it won't be thrown away. But the snake though, if it belongs to Stragonov, how did he get it in? Did he smuggle it in? What if the snake is Stragonov's pet? Let's say he's not an assassin. Maybe the reason why there was nothing logged in the book during that amount of time, he was looking for his snake. Maybe he realized it escaped. And then it ended up killing Kazuma. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. I could vie with you, couldn't it? It could vie with you, couldn't it? Naruhodo-san for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Ho ho ho.
Smash!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes. The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this light the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night. Wait, maybe that's not snake skin. Maybe it's a scarf. The speckled band. It's a scarf. Maybe it's the cat's scarf. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now hidden behind your back. Why are you rubbing your head on the leg of the chair, Uhtred? Uhtred, my little corgi dog. He's rubbing his head on the foot, one of the feet of the office chair that I sit on. I don't use gaming chairs, I use an office chair. It's much more comfortable. And I was like, what you doing? Did you see that? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever even known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shone's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
Ah, yes, Uhtred, nani? Why, baby boy? Why, doggy?
Oh, you wanna go pee? Okay. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go bring my dog out. I think he needs to pee. Yeah, coming. I think you guys can even hear him. Hi, I'll be right back. Since we're on YouTube, I won't use the song, even though I have the credits on the screen. Besides, the game has music. Hi. So, just a moment. I'll just bring my dog out to pee. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So Uhtred did a double whammy. He peed and then he also pooped. Alright.
I am returning. Okaeri nashai, arigatou gozaimasho.
Okay. So where were we? Oh yes. Ploys like that are Mr. Shone's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced for her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Yeah, Uhtred, good doggy. Good doge.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back?
What is that, lady?
Oh, I like her earrings. They're so cute. Okay, turn around. Oh, it's a toy, I think. The cat toy. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I wasn't supposed to present it. Is it? When all else fails, say the least likely thing. Are you quite concentrating? You've identified exactly what I did originally.
Yeah, so I have. Sorry. Well, I do understand.
Well, I do understand, as inimitable as I am, people do like to try. But you want to make a great detective like that, nor even a great detective's assistant.
An assistant's assistant, then?
Alright, I'll think again. Oh. Okay, so let's skip this. I think we're just supposed to observe it first. I went ahead. Assistant of the assistant's assistant. Now that's a new position, eh? Alright, let's see. What is that? Yeah, it's a toy. Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Oh, it is. It is. It is. Ah, so now it changes to cat's toy, then you present it. There we go. Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Oh, hold on. My dog's trying to escape the room.
Now, Uhtred, no, stay. Sit. Sit down, boy. Okay, close the door. You shall not escape. This is a locked room incident. You hear me, doggy? My cute little doggy.
Alright. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? Ah, maybe she was looking for her cat. My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah! In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. I don't know how to make that. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova?
Photography. Photography.
The cat got attracted by Chimken. Maybe, yeah, because right? Last night in Kazuma's room, they served him chicken. Chimkan. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty.
Oh, naughty, naughty Darka. Naughty Darka.
Okay, so next part, the death of Kazuma.
Kazuma-sama! Kazuma-sama! Come back to us!
According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Wait, I think I get her reaction there now. I think that's when she realized that Darka wasn't the one that killed him, because there were no signs of injury. Maybe? Darka seems to be a literal translation of the name enlisted in 100 plus names for the dark cat. Oh! So maybe it just literally means dark? What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him information he's missing now. It was from the post-mortem, I believe. Yeah, there. What's percent R?
Kapet!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman strong enough isn't some immortal freak, you know? The jury is out anyway. We have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased body would prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. Wait, but Darka's bell is there. So could it be... Oh my god, did Darka fall from the ventilator and hit him at the back of the neck and then he just fell badly? Oh my god, I hope it's not like that. That's so sad.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Or he slipped! The polish on the floor! He slipped! On the bell? Okay, now I just don't know what's happening. Not sure.
Shoo.
Yes, an examination on the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped. He tripped on Darka! Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? Darka is a murderess. No. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me.
Nani? What are you doing?
You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose.
Chunk.
That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case, which is not true. So let's see where she actually hid it. I can't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But... And if this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that could prove it. Here, in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Maybe it's the other half of the bell? It's so difficult to go around. Chop, 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 chop. Is it the tiara? Or is it the bottle of wine? This is the only thing I can press. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. What am I supposed to press? It's empty though. This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka, now that it's anywhere to be seen. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to?
Anything here? Wait, there's something there. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish here yet. There it is! Oh? What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
No. Go back to that. Present the wastebasket.
I never knew a cat would actually be a murderer now. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the wastebasket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some sort of intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the wastebasket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Yeah, it's a good game when you don't really get to see the ending all throughout completely, right? Because we were all banked on the snake thing and now we're talking about a cat. Who knew? I don't know is that hushed Russian accent of yours. In that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell would be
Their picture.
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very glass bell in question. Man, this dude can spin so well. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? That gets me all the time. Is your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Conclusion. Death by tripping over a cat. Oh my god, Kazuma-sama, I can't believe you went just like that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Deduction complete. Elementary. I can't believe he died because of a cat. Tripping over a cat. Oh my god. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes.
and I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. Well, actually, that is true. Especially in the olden times, like in ships, sickness, like someone sick in a ship was a big deal. And animals and stuff. I would say even in the present, that in a ship it's very easy to spread disease because everyone is so close to each other. So, yeah, that's why it's not really advisable to have animals around ships, like especially passenger ships. I've also read like stuff where you have, like traders or basically people who were transporting goods in the olden days. They would really be careful of staying healthy because then they know the moment someone in the ship gets sick, everyone else is going to get sick. Like imagine someone will just have a cold, next thing you know it, everyone else has a cold. It's that bad. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it is safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing, she didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh. Eh? I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten had gotten under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over.
Kazuma was so unlucky.
But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious! That cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right! Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh my god, he's just patting it. Oh god, your head's gonna explode. I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozko.
I think it's pronounced Pirozko. What?
What?
That snake belongs to you?
Ja. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here.
Yes. How did that snake get into this cabin?
But
Animals are not permitted on board.
ha, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands?
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
No, Naruhodo. You underestimate the bond with animals. Look at me with Uhtred. It's like my best friend.
But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? No venom.
Hold on, Uhtred. I'm almost done. Okay.
Pirozko does not have venom. She is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny.
Like Granny. The analogy on this one.
It's venomless. Yes, now he's hungry so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you would see big smile.
And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
Ha! Like they say. They milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
Oh! So the mice that he's been catching in the boat, that's what he's been feeding the snake. Ah! Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there for?
Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Actually, look at the snake. Oof, you were wrong, Sholmes.
It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirozko is nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death? Even I can't believe that's it. Like, that's it? Seriously? Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then
no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
But... Oh, what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. No, wait, there's still a part that doesn't make sense. Who wrote the thing on the floor? Right? Who was trying to frame Naruhodo? So, if Susato didn't mention that, I was going to be like convinced, almost convinced. I was like, I forgot that one detail. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. Yeah, but the body was staged, and why was wardrobe written on the floor?
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yeah. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I think Sholme here also knows. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
Ah? ちょっと待って. Why did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Are you accusing me again? Yes, Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. Wait, what's going on? In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. Huh? No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear.
Kazuma.
The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. I still don't know though, what's happening exactly. Is there another layer to this? So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? Oh, I read everything in Sholmes' voice. The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Mata! Wait, let's take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. Really? I still don't know what's happening. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. これは The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. Kazuma.
There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian.
Ooh, that's sketchy, Pavlova. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Oh! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too.
Wait, what? Is it what? What is it?
Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proved that this was no accident. In other words... Huh? Huh? Wait, I don't know. What? What am I missing? What? Something that proves it's not an accident? The ship log? But we still have 5 lives. I guess we can try. Maybe? I'm not exactly sure how, but... Wait, they allow us to look at this. So it's something to do with this. So... Huh? I am confused. Proves that this is no accident. What? Chat, I need help. Not sure. This is not an accident. Nani kore? I'm very confused. Something that would prove it's not an accident. Huh? Okay, let's try the ship log. Maybe. Percent? It's not the ship log. Something that proves it's not an accident. Huh? If it was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most compendiously put, my dear madam.
Ah, I see. I confess your rather languid IC doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Shom does anyway. I'm so confused. It's either something that's just right in front of my face or I'm thinking too much. Putting this message on the floor, there's something else that gives the truth away. Aside from the message on the floor. Something else that proves it's no accident. Is it this? This is one of the few times I'm not sure what it's trying to lead me to. Stroganoff cannot be a shaved revolutionary, right? Well, I don't think so. I think he's really just a sailor at this point. But I don't know. Maybe? Ah, I got it wrong. It's not that either. Nani? I'm confused. Something that's absent from where you'd find this absent or something that exists that shouldn't be there. Huh? My brain. Okay, if it was an accident. Something else that gives the truth away. Huh? I'm confused. He died sometime between 1 to 2 a.m. Is it this? The marking on the floor? I mean, the only thing I have left to present that I think would work is the marking on the floor, the picture itself, and then there's something to choose there, or it's the diary. I don't think it's well, we know it's not the log, it's not the picture. I don't think it would make sense also. So am I missing something? I have 3 tries left. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's try. Maybe the marking on the floor, the bell? I don't know. Oh, I got it! This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. Huh? If that's what really happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah, okay, alright. Okay, I understand now what it was trying to lead. Okay. Alright. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So, if he did trip on the cat, the whole bell should have been split in half in the cabin, right? Why would you have the other piece here? It doesn't make sense. Okay. Hi. Oh, I can't believe I didn't understand that right away. Oh. Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastebasket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no.
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Sogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person is deliberately the one who arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. I can't do an authentic scream at the moment. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Sogi's... Motto! Who is that? You are wasting time. Oh, that's so awkward. He said Japanese word and it's Russian. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yeah. And only other person in cabin when the young student died was you! It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. No, would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details.
Would you mind?
Oh, forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there for the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff! Oh my god. Were you the one who covered it up for her? Are you in love? Nina is woman of sea. She's daughter of strong Stella. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills as she went away to join ballet company. Are you childhood friends? But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. My accent's going away, Gomez. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid?
These bulkheads are not barn doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not.
I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Shom means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the right hand. Ah, okay. So just the sign. Yeah. So the reason why the ship log is empty during the time he pressed the alarm. Naruhodo. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susano-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosanaka. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Oh, the food is not drugged. Everyone probably hit their head last night when the ship stopped. That's why everyone has a bad headache. They bumped it. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia. Ineptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Hosogi was killed,
Oh, there she goes. Oh my god. And it locked.
the SS Burya made another emergency stop?
That's right, my boy.
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop?
It doesn't seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough.
Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity.
Wait, it was you?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. Oh, so it was shown to press the button a while ago. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. So, I gotta hand it to him. He's not afraid of going to jail or something.
Mr. Sholmes?
Surely, was it you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life.
To be pressed! Well, whatever the occasion.
He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now.
Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You are idiots. Burias use ship with so many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Maybe the log? Because like I said, if he pressed the button or there was an emergency, he wouldn't write anything, right? Right? I'm not sure. And I only have 3 lives now. I'm going with the ship log. Seaman Stroganoff.
It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right?
That is correct. Why?
And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine!
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it in our care with a mind to return it to you later.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log?
That is because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m.
It's okay, Uhtred. We're almost done getting the bad guy. Just wait, okay? Good boy.
Something happened here aboard the SS Burya.
Oh.
Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish.
Here, Uhtred, have a strawberry.
Okay? Good boy. Eat.
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of the night. Ah, maybe the food was still... Yeah, maybe the food was drug, I mean. And at the same time, everybody hit their heads, so that's why their heads are hurting. Well, no, that's a good point. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will after. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I! My head has been feeling heavier ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too.
Uhtred, what happened to the insect that was at the corner of the room? Did you shoo it away?
Oh yeah, it went away. I thought you ate the insect. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Wait, if everybody was drugged, is this premeditated murder? I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe.
The chimkin.
Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all of that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, did you not? Oh,
Well, yes. Sorry.
Uhtred, there's a moment. Parents are home. You hear them?
My parents came from a wedding of a friend of theirs. So, Uchud's trying to ask to go out.
Hold on, baby, okay? We'll greet them, okay? Hold on.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
It's okay, baby.
Wait, if Kazuma was asleep, if he was drugged too, then he couldn't have tripped on the cat. Right? This is premeditated murder. He was always happy to share his meals. So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Kazuma, yeah, he didn't like chicken, so he didn't eat it. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really, is that true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug, so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sho means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible, unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Simon? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Wait, the whole ship? Oh no, I get it. Okay, I think I get what happened. Okay, I'm gonna give my theory, my guess. Pavlova used to be a dancer for the ship, right? Like part of the crew. When she wanted to run away, I don't think it's a long shot to think that she contacted her former friends, which is the whole crew. So for her to get on board on the ship in the middle of the night last night, they could have drugged everyone so that they could put an emergency stop and get her in, right? And this would have happened sometime after dinner, so before Kazuma was killed. So when she got into the ship and then the cat thing happened, then, Kazuma died. Now, what I still don't understand is why did they have to cover up the accident if it was really an accident? So, one other theory is maybe it was an accident, but they got scared that Pavlova would get in trouble. So, to, also keep her concealed so that people don't know she's on the ship, they framed it on Naruhodo. My other guess is maybe it's also premeditated murder, but I don't know. At this point, I feel like it's still an accident, but they just didn't want Pavlova to get caught that she's on the ship and what they had done, like drugged everyone with the food. So maybe it's a whole cover up for that. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course.
Shipping company? I work for Apricot Postal. I'm a shipping company.
And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Renegade? Huh? He looks so guilty. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone and more. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping dragon chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. I was right! While all the passengers of the SS Burya slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effect of the slumber-inducing potion the evening meals had contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been impossible for you. You could have used the emergent stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in the case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... what came first, the emergency stop or Kazuma's death? I'm actually quite unsure. I think the little boat
was sailing in the same pace as this big boat. So that's how Pavlova got in. But they still drugged everybody so that she wouldn't be spotted, most likely. Now, at that point, let's assume she was already in the boat. So maybe when she was in her room, the cat, Darka, escaped. And that's when Kazuma died. And when that happened, I think Stragonov here was the one who pressed the button. So after that, Pavlova probably used the button. And then that's when they had to stage the room.
I don't know anything about any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind.
What? Accusatory cry of guilt.
Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction.
What are you talking about?
I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Okay guys, let's finish this case. I feel like we're at the end. Alright, let's go. So with observation, one of these two prevaricators. What if Kazuma disclosed to Pavlova's appearance during the cat accident and then tripped after all? Maybe, that could also be. But the shoe shine tells me he was in his cabin. Plus, I feel like if he found out about Pavlova's existence during the night, he might have tried to wake up people or made a more like a bigger ruckus about it. I don't know. I just feel, I don't know. I feel like Kazuma was just in his room because he was writing in his diary, right? So we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence by tampering with the scene of the crime. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh, her earring! It's different. But let's try to look around. I think it's the earring. She has such petite ears among the beautiful hair. Like little pink shells. What's that? There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what they call an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It's really tiny. Oh, just to let you guys know, for my knowledge also, from my knowledge, Japan didn't really have like earrings back then. Like it wasn't such a common thing. That's why a lot of pictures of olden time females, if you notice, they don't really have earrings on. Yeah. I think even necklaces and jewelry, it wasn't really such a thing for them, if I remember right.
I think it was mostly like aristocrats at one point, or like the royalty, that would have such accessories first. The class of a person was also usually seen in the type of clothes that they wore, like the material, the design, if they have a family insignia on it and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's why they're kind of like, oh, so this is an earring. A part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Alright, so we can use that. Present. The earring has to be in the cabin. What? Am I wrong? Why is that there? When this is around, it's usually I'm wrong. Were we to find a piece of those earrings in Mr. Asogi's cabin, it would prove beyond doubt that you were there. Although we haven't actually found anything yet, so... that deduction was one thing in every way. I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus, African. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Darn it. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene, or if that's not possible, a trace of something that the person took away from the scene by accident or deliberately. Something they took. Chunky arms. Nani kore? He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks. Yes, he certainly has a sailor's arms. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of the wardrobe by this man. Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Tree trunks.
Oh, hello, Nat Nat! Is that the super cute and extraordinary streamer Anzu? No, I'm not cute and I'm not extraordinary. What you talking about? I'm just me. Ha. I'm Shito.
I don't really see anything else except her earrings.
And how are you, Nat Nat?
We're on a boat, but there are no pirates. So we see an earring. Oh, it's made from wood. Cool. Charming.
Oh, you are working. Wow, we are intruding in your hour of labor.
In their hair, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. Could it be in the newspaper? It's not. There's no prompt for it. Oh! Oh! I found it! Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from.
It's this one. Wow, dirty laundry got him.
Intruding is fine. I can concentrate better when I listen to something.
Wow, you're listening to my horrible voice. Scream!
Alright. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say?
It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stragonov's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back is? Writing on the floor. Oops, sorry, wrong button. What? Ah, my cursor was on the university pin, goddamn. I forgot to press the picture. I lost a life for nothing! Ah! Okay. Chotote. I can't believe it. Ah! I was so confident. My god, I have to be more careful. I'm a little careless today.
Just the momentum.
God damn it! I had it. I had the answer. This is like when you're answering an exam and you encircle the wrong choice, but in your head you had the right choice. Or you shade the circle, but then you realize it's not the choice you were thinking of. Or when you say something that's not in your mind.
My heart.
Okay. Press it. There we go. It's selected. Present. Oh my god.
Kapow!
Yes, it's the photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Or rather, unusual color of ink, purple. Ugh! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. Salt in your wounds? If the ink has been dried, it could possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moment immediately after the ink was spilled.
Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please. His nickname is Beef. It's really like stroganoff beef. Oh my god.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was like white as sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What's happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor.
Oh, sorry, that's Ryunosuke. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor?
Yes, that is right.
So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers? only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. So she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead?
Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student cabin.
I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? I'm gonna assume that's a letter D.
Da. Da.
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. And he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What is it?
What do you mean unnatural?
Wait, which one? Just a moment, please, baby.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's okay, baby, just wait.
Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of this photograph seems unnatural?
Huh? I don't know.
Chat, I need your help because I only got one life left. I don't know. What is unnatural? Is it this? The hand? The expression on its face. Everyone would smile if they die cause life is suffering. Not too sure. I don't think it's a face. 何かな? What part of the photograph is unnatural? To me, it's really the hands. Wait, yeah, I could save, can't I? Can I? Oh, I can save! Okay, wait, let's do that. Oh, it's not like the other games in the past, like the original trilogy. If you saved, it was literally like a checkpoint. So you would end the... What do you call that? The game? Alright, so we saved. So, okay, we can guess. Okay. Again about the writing? Yeah, I can't. Okay. What if I point here? Does it consider both?
if Kazuma tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, yeah, I mean, the writing could be... let's go for the writing. This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're both looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point.
Oh, I see.
Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. It's the hand. It's the hand. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. Okay, so my life was not taken out. Okay, let's see. It's the hand. Is it the hand? Or is it his neck? Oh my god, now I'm just... No, I'm just not sure of my life. I'll try the hand. My gut says the hand. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. I'm right! The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yes, I would know. I fell many times before. Exactly. Because your instinct is to cushion your fall or to at least avoid your head to get hurt. So, yeah, your hands would be open. Yet we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say. As though he were gripping something. I know what's inside. It's her earring. It's her earring. He got her earring. Cause it's left fist, but dump. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! It's the earring. I'm betting my life it's the earring. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Oh, yeah! It is what we think it is. So this means she was in the room. But why was she there? And it also means she was there before he was dead. Ha ha ha!
Oh, God.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. But what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure that crescent moon looks familiar.
300 IQ? I don't know. The only IQ I know is like BBQ.
Barbecue. Barbecue is delicious. Okay, let's see. So let's finish this case off. If I'm going too fast, basically they're just talking about how important is that earring. And yes, I do read fast because I like visual novels. I'm so sorry. But this is kind of just insert talk, in all honesty. But if something important pops out, I do mention it. So what does the crescent moon mean? What is the significance? Find the answer. It's an earring. Because we saw it a while ago. Okay, so it's the same dialogue as earlier. So let's just present it, I guess.
Hello, Skillmo. Welcome.
Yeah, let's skip this. We know this dialogue. Now, can I save? Ah, I cannot save. Okay, I don't think there's a penalty since there's no life thingy-mabob. So I'll present the right ear. There we go.
Almost done, baby Uchin. Okay, wait lang.
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Huh? What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Oh my god, Stragonov did not know. Now the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical explanation or conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. But why would she murder? Oh, maybe she was afraid of being whistled out? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Miss Pavlova. Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor? In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him.
Oh, Stroganoff, my boy. You're protecting the wrong girl.
But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now.
Yeah, Uhtred, look, we're getting the bad guy. Hold on.
Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Wow, so dramatic.
So dramatic.
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! My dog was trying to get out of the room, but he can't go on his own. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator.
I'm almost done, Uhtred.
My doggy's kind of impatient woman. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come out. She would not come back.
Sit down, Uhtred. Sit. Okay, wait.
We're almost done.
Eh?
Wait, what? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? What? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka. And he promised not to tell anyone. So it's really just an accident, huh? But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, sorry, that was Asogi. Sorry, just a moment. But...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. My dog Uhtred was like scratching the door. Just making sure he's not gonna scratch it and ruin his nails also, because, you know, he might get hurt. I also don't want him to develop that kind of habit. Yeah. He's a little impatient. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth, and I hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you're a runaway. You've run away, sorry. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Huh? Oh no! Oh no, she killed him because she thought that he was going to pull the cord. What she didn't understand is he was going to ask Naruhodo for help, who's in the cabinet, the wardrobe, beside the cord. Poor girl. He's going to pull the cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Oh my god. Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, holy! I pushed him. Oh my god, he hit his neck at the corner of the bed. You know, the thing. You know how old beds have like that post on each side? Oh my god. I need a moment. Oh my god. Kazuma. Ain't the captain part of the crew? Well, the captain probably didn't know about it. I feel like the captain wasn't informed that she was going to stow away. So when she meant the crew, she meant literally just the regular people, I think. You know, the regular sailors. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway? I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere else to go." So you decided to help? Hold on, Utren, we're almost done. Behave, okay?
And that's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like it did. Like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door.
Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed the wardrobe door and put back strange paper sign.
Lucky for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent.
I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote,
I have no idea how to read Russian.
so that person who found him would look like inside wardrobe and find stowaway.
And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing...
Sorry, this is Ryunosuke. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway.
Yes.
Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. This is just so sad. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him? Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Oh, okay, so... we're gonna find out exactly the clarification about that. Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at the middle of the night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
Oh, I get it.
He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It's just... doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know.
What?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he would give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done that. If he wouldn't give it away, sorry.
No, he was walking over to it.
He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed?
I don't like the BGM, it makes me sadder.
First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardroom, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So, this is how the cabin looked like last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san? Sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it is. How it was, sorry. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
He was looking at the wardrobe.
Considering everything that has happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe. The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Well, actually, it was his husband or wife, but anyway.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asoki's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no!
Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I had wished you made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change.
Yes, it tastes so bitter, I know. Oh, hello! Welcome, Itoki. Welcome, welcome. Hi!
So we've unraveled what have happened, so now we're looking at the aftermath. I hope you'll never forget that! She looks so sad.
I'm sorry.
Really, I'm so sorry.
What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest.
But it's so bittersweet. Oh,
I kind of feel even sadder about Kazuma's death now because, oh my god, his death is so meaningless. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. Oh, he's cured from his wounds. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see.
I'm sorry.
Seaman Stroganoff?
I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police.
That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you?
Da.
Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So you should get back to your cabin now.
No, but that's just sad.
It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping?
Oh, she's crying. Oh, don't do that. I'll cry too.
Susato-san?
Naruhodo-san. I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know? Ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Susato-san.
She looks so sad. He had such great ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he was. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. I wonder who's this character. I'm going to assume it's going to be Sholmes. I wish there was something I could say. Oh no, it's Hosonaga. Never mind. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least, eh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo!
Why am I back in the shackles?
Oh, a trifling matter? Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
Sorry?
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all. Oh,
He thinks this is funny. Oh, Sholmes, you're a weirdo. Maybe he's into cuffs.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait a minute.
It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Sasato-san. Oh, who's this now? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? Oh, it's Sholmes. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely? Ah! But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Ah, yes. Miss Sato.
Yes?
Do you think perhaps
I might be able to do it?
Huh? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, well, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach London, England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Oh my god! Studying law in 1 month? Speedrun, oh my god. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mrs. Sato?
Wow, cute.
I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? Oh, I like that. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Ah! Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. Oh my god, I just realized all this time the sword in his art was Kazuma's sword in his headband. So it's been foreshadowed he died from the very beginning. From all the artwork of this game. Oh. I'm sad now. I'm very, very sad. Well, actually, I'm very bittersweet about this. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it?
Please, throw me to the ground. 3 times.
Huh?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times.
Huh? That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? For those who don't know, in the previous episode, she has something called the Susato Throwdown. So she can basically throw you onto the ground. She's awesome.
Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Well, in a way, it's not wrestling but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How intriguing. Beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am somewhat accomplished boxer.
There he goes, dancing around again.
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
Is she gonna throw around Sholmes? That'll be such a sight to see. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Wait, why me?
Huh? Hiya!
Oh gods, she threw me again.
As you can see, you can throw from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Get me back up, lady. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan.
I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you.
I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
Kazuma.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Now that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Oh, of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do, I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. The end. Save your progress? Of course. Alright, so apricots. That's how Kazuma died. It's such a useless death. I feel so bad about it. I feel so bad about it. I feel horrible about it. Alright. So we got to finish the second case, which was the adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. So in the next episode of our playthrough with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is going to be episode 3. So the title is The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Runaway Room? Looks like there's a carriage involved. I wonder what's going to be about. Oh. Now, for what I know, there's only 5 episodes. Yeah, 5 episodes. Alright. So, I can't go on without Kazuma-sama. we have to honor him by becoming a great lawyer. Yes. Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama. So, minasan, if you would like to pay respects to Kazuma's death, please hit that like button, and if you're not subscribed, kindly subscribe and turn that notification bell on so you know when I am live. Currently, my schedule is a bit unpredictable, so one thing is for sure, it's either I'm on YouTube or on Twitch. So having that notif bell is useful, nah? So that even if I just stream out of nowhere, at least you'll know. Alright, what else? All of my socials are at the description of this video, so if you'd like to follow any of those, that is your choice. What else? The current games we have under YouTube is 1, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We also have our playthrough of SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. And I know I'm missing something. Hold on, I'm missing something. Am I missing another game? We're also playing Valkyria Chronicles 4, but the reason why it's an uploaded gameplay here on YouTube was because my internet was really bad when I was supposed to stream it in Twitch. So the plan for that is I'll still be streaming Valkyria Chronicles 4 in Twitch, and then I'll just upload the VOD of that stream here in YouTube so that if there are people following that game here because of my first upload, at least you can still see it until the end. Ne? Hi. Alright. So, Otsu Anzu, thank you very much for spending about 4 hours with me, I think. So, let's do our outro. If you know it, say it with me. If you don't, listen well so we can say it together next time. Alright. Okay. And as always,
Katonk.
I'll see you in the next package delivery.
Bye bye. Chuka-cha, cha-cha.
Kazuma-sama, where art thou, Kazuma-sama? Kazuma-sama! Why did you have to die such a pointless death? Why? I can't go on. The copium is not enough. My hopium is destroyed. There's no hope. He's dead. What have we done to deserve this? What has happened to this world? I just want him back. Kasi masama.